All right. Actually, I'm not really listening to music yet. So I don't need that. What's up? Crazy dog. Spectacular. So Thursday, January 23rd. Today's a big day because Trump is set to talk at 11 o'clock right here. President Trump speaks, and he will be speaking at the World Economic Forum annual meetings. And this will be online through, I would say, Zoom or whatever the case, but he's talking and he's going to be saying some shit. So that's definitely going to move price. Now, yesterday before I went to bed, I was watching price, and even yesterday's session in general, there was no news that was able to really move price. So it was ideally just pure price action, just ideally like whatever was affecting news, right? But there wasn't any US news that was essentially making price move. So last night before I went to bed, I saw that it was like it was rangy, like it just, there was nothing on price, there was no volatility, nothing, right? So I had a hint that potentially it could be due to this, and it could be due to unemployment claims, and they come within 2.5 hours of each other. So ideally, if I could find a trade before then, before like let's say 8:20, if not, find a trade after 8:30, but before 11 would be great. And then yeah, there's also core retail sales for Canada. And what is this? Indian total value sales, retail level, including yeah. Anyways, so that's the idea for news. Now let's go on to gold on the weekly. I'm gonna keep this. That gotta wake up, man. I'm exhausted again, second day in a row. Okay, weekly chart. So we're tapping into this resistance, which is all-time highs as well. Which means that this is very important here, right? Like how I mentioned on the lower time frames, we were struggling. Last night and even like yesterday's session took a loss. So this could be a factor as well, right? We're reaching all-time highs, price is slowing down potentially because there's a resistance here, and not potentially, but because there is a resistance here. And if you were to think about it from a trader standpoint, right? Let's say you bought gold down here, you bought gold here, whatever the case is, right? You want to get out at these highs. This would be an ideal target. The reason being is because you have no data to the left to determine where price could go and stop at once it starts trading above this area, right? So you have no analysis to the left, no data printed previously to tell you where that potentially could be, right? As opposed to if you were to take a buy down here, you know that, okay, I can have a target at this level because I've seen price reject from this level before, right? So you would ideally have an order, and then you would have your profits, like you would have your goal, your profit goal, or profit target, whatever, would be somewhere up here. Even if you bought down here, you'd be targeting some type of high because you have no data to the left. So that's ideally the best thing that a logical trader would do, right? They wouldn't want to trade in an area where they don't know where price is going to reverse. You can take the gamble and like just wait to see if price is actually going to reverse by it breaking its structure, but you'd probably be missing out on a few dollars of profit there, right? So I don't know, it's just like the psychology of people, right? They see price at a high and they're just like, okay, like it's time to sell. So but we're holding our bullish structure on the monthly, same thing on the weekly. It's just that we're at a resistance now, right? So on down to the daily, let me move this zone because this zone can definitely and will definitely be refined there. So what's very important is that yesterday's daily candle, this one right here, we broke above this level, right? And the last time we came up to this level from the downside, we rejected off of it, and then we went to retest it, eventually broke it, right? So it's nice that we broke it. And now the question for the daily candle becomes, the current one that we're on is this just a bottom wick for us to continue to flip? And if we do flip, right, what could cause that candle to flip bullish? Well, it could be news, right? Because if Trump comes out and he starts talking and saying certain things, that could flip the price on gold to go essentially bullish. My espresso cup's not even clean. That could be ideally what the daily candle could do, and that how that helps me is because there could be, I know that there could be some type of range in here, right? And if there is, I could just buy low to target the highs minimum, and then if that's the case, this on the lower time frame is just a pullback. That is just price exhausting on the lower time frames, right? So this candle already broke the previous candle's lows as well. So if there is a range, right, and there is some type of support there, that means that the support was broken. And what's going to happen next is the question, right? Are we going to continue down and start forming bear structure on the lower time frame, or are we going to continue to the upside and potentially get trades and, you know, win some trades and follow the trend? So that's the daily. And that's what I'm going to keep in mind on the daily, is the fact that, okay, we're dipping down, and on the lower time frame, what are we doing? Are we just pulling back to then continue going back up? If that's the case, the question becomes, how can I get in? So let's see the 4 hour. That's exactly what I was seeing, what I was in yesterday and what I was seeing last night before I went to bed, is this fucking bullshit right here, right? Like, there's just a lot of choppiness, and that's not good, right? It's not that it's not good, right? Because then you can kind of guess that moves will come, but it's just not what you want to see when you're looking for trades, right? So if I were to throw up a resistance and refine it on the 4 hour, this becomes our 4 hour resistance area here, because price rejected here, and then price obviously rejected here, and rejected here. So I'm going to leave this level here just for now, understanding that this is a high area that I would be targeting if I were to take buys, especially on the 4 hour. But let's look down on the 1 hour and see what else is going on. But if I were to look at most recent supports as well, most recent support is down here still. So this is the range that I'm in, that I've identified. And even if I wanted to move it down a little bit, I could argue that the range is a little bit down here. But I'm probably going to refine it as I go down to the 1 hour anyways. So this is good here. Looking at the 1 hour. The 1 hour most recent support level is right over here. Gotta fucking sneeze. All right. So this is ugly, very ugly right here. Whatever's going on. So most recent 1 hour. If I'm looking at most recent 1 hour resistance, it's that. Most recent 1 hour support, it's that. The reason why it's not down here just yet, although I will keep that level here, the reason why it's not down here yet is because this candle on the 1 hour is still open. So if this in 9 minutes, if this 1 hour closes below this level, then this becomes the next most recent support level. And if that's the case, then could we take sells down to this level? Because that then will then show us, okay, we're printing we're printing bear structure to the downside. So where could we be going to stop? We could be coming down to 2740 before eventually doing something like reacting like bouncing off of it, or even just ranging at there and then like ranging at that level and then breaking through. But now that I've drawn like this box here, I'm starting to look, and it's questionable in this range because the last time we made a strong bearish candle like this was this one into this range. We dipped into here, and then we ended up going back up. So it's questionable in this range, right? And I'm questioning to see, like, should I be trading in this area, or should I just not trade in this area and wait till price breaks below here to then be able to come down to the downside here, because you have clean traffic all the way up to even here or even down to here, right? So if I waited, this would be essentially clean traffic for me to trade, as opposed to trying to take something in here, right? Like, very, very choppy. Price could stop here and pull back, or we can wick into here, which obviously I would, if I was in the sell, I'd just close out. But big question. So in 8 minutes, let's see. And that's also just the 1 hour. So let's see the 30 minute. 30 minutes even different. 30 minute actually closed into the range, but then it closed back out and eventually traded back up to the upside. This all over here is just ugly. Ugly. This disgusting. I don't like seeing that, because when you see that, it just, you know that, okay, you can't get anything in that area. But price could very well fucking break right through that, all those highs and all those lows. If it does, it could take a lot of momentum, a lot of volatility. So Trump confirms tariffs on China, Mexico, Canada. Okay, cool. So on the 30 minute, let me see the 1 hour again. All right, on the 30 minute, this is what we're dealing with. Let me just remind myself of the 4 hour, what the 4 hour looks like. So on the 4 hour time frame in general, we're just pulling back, right? And if we are pulling back, where are we gonna find support? That's a big thing, right? Where are we gonna find support? And when we do find that support, how could we get in buys to go back up to the upside? Because if we do find support and it's a strong bullish candle close on the 4 hour, then, right, you can take buys and put your stops below. But until that happens, I'm not going to worry about it. But I'm understanding that this is just a pullback on the 4 hour. So where could we find support to continue going back up? So that could be one of my biases today. But that doesn't mean I can't get sells, right? Because there's still a level to come down to here. And if price continues, not starts, but continues printing bearish structure below this level at 2740, like, why wouldn't I look for sells? So that's what the 1 hour looks like. 30 minute looks like this. Okay, I could throw this down. In this area. That's most recent resistance. This is most recent support, but since I have this area here, like, this is choppy, right? Like, we've rejected in this area. So this is a whole entire zone, you could argue, and I won't probably be looking for trades in this zone because it's choppy. So I would want to see something below here if I'm looking for any more sells. Below here. And this is a nice range here. Like, it's clean. 110 points. Interesting. Interesting. Uh-huh. Looks like I'm gonna be a little extra patient today. Let's try to do that. Let's try to be a little bit extra patient today because I took or I gave 1% back, or just close to 2% actually yesterday. I didn't close to 2% I gave back yesterday. So let's be extra patient today and find good quality entries and setups. So I want to understand that for myself, simply for myself. I start hunting for trades when I'm at a zone, right? When we're at zones, that's when we can start looking for positions. And we're at a zone right now on the 1 hour. 1 hour 30, 15. Yada yada yada. We're at a zone. A zone where when we were here last time, we bounced off of it. I think I will look for sells below 2740. But on the 5 or the 15-minute time frame, if we start printing some type of bullish structure and we find support, then I'll look to go and trade back up to this area and I'll be in buys. The reason being is because if this 4 hour in general is just pulling back and we're closing in 1 hour, then what could the next 4 hour do? If the next 4 hours starts printing bullish, we could be in those buys. But the ultimate confluence for me, or the ultimate buy decision, would be the next 4 hour closure. If this one doesn't close bullish, the next 4 hour closure to close bullish, indicating that we found some type of support on the 4 hour to then be able to take buys. But that doesn't mean that I can't get in earlier, as long as just I wait and I understand what price is doing on the 4 hours. But if I even start seeing some type of bullish structure forming in this range, then I could be in buys. Most definitely be in buys. Right now it's just wicked. Price is wicking and it's doing shit. We don't got no clear day today. Man, I want to go skiing again. Wow, 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 wow. New 1 hour opened up. So that 1 hour opened up, closing below this support that we formed here on the 1 hour. But I'm still not convinced that anything, like, I just don't want to. I don't want to be in this zone. I don't want to trade in this area. It's just not a good area right now. But I could definitely be finding buys within this range here, as long as we start forming some type of lower time frame structure. That's all I care about. Once I start seeing lower time frame structure, that's when I could be in buys. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay, you know what's going to be very nice here? Looking at the 30-minute time frame, I could say the 1 hour, but I don't like I can wait for the 1 hour closure, but I can get a lot sooner. I can get a closure a lot sooner if I look at the 30-minute, which would be at 8:30. So if I get so the 15-minute close bullish here, the previous one, and this one just opened up and now it's forming a bearish candle. Same thing with the 30, right? We're forming a bearish candle. So at 8:30, how is this current candle going to close? If this current candle closes respecting this area, let's say this area on the 30, whatever, which is like these supports here on the 5. If it closes respecting, right, and it closes bullish, let's say it closes bullish and um it closes above the previous candle's wick. So anywhere above, let's say 2746, but it closes strong bullish. Then what I can wait for is the next candle to open up to form some type of bottom wick to then continue going back up. And if that were to be the case, then the closure and break of this high would be then the break of this range. So then if we were to close above this range and then continue to come down and print some type of higher low, and that's your bullish structure. And then from that bullish structure, you could be in buys. So that very likely could be an idea that could play out. And then we could potentially get targets up to 2754. But then would that be, then the question becomes, would that be the support that 4-hour finds for us to go all the way back, not all the way back up, but for us to target those highs? Because then if that's the case, then I can move my ideal target for the day. I can move it up to the top of this range here, essentially. But regardless, I'm expecting like some type of volatility today between, or at 8 o'clock, or 8:30, sorry, and 11 for sure. Most definitely 11 o'clock. It's just a matter of being very patient. On the 1 minute we're ranging here, looks like we're finding some type of support down here as well, but we'll see. Deals and packages. What packages do they have? You fucking room. Eh. 15 closed with no bottom wick, but it closed above 2740, so I'm not looking for any type of sells right now. And this 30 is still open, so we got one more 15-minute candle. What's going on here? Some type of correction? Throw some music on. Amazing. Are we gonna break and close below? Or it's my next area down here, probably on the 15. But for a 30-minute, oh yeah, it's right there too. Nice. Okay. What's this range here? 40? I can look for sells here, but I want to see some type of lower time frame structure form. Find that zone. Yeah, I gotta see some structure. This 30-minute closure on the right side is very crucial in 1 minute. Very crucial. Okay, very key closure right here. We close respecting this support level. Very key closure. Very key right here. And then the 15 closed respecting as well, and it closed bullish. Interesting. And the 5 is doing that. So what I can do now is, let me split this up again. Go down here to the 15, go to the 5. Okay, on the 5-minute time frame, there's a resistance here, which was a resistance to a degree in the past. Yeah, multiple times. Yep. So I could say that if we get closures above this zone and we start forming some type of structure to the upside, like I said before, above this zone, I could be in buys. And that's in line with 30-minute resistance as well, looking left in the past on Tuesday. It was literally what happened on Tuesday. So anything above this area with structure, I will be in buys. If I need some type of, let's say, a break, and then even if we break and just retest a little bit and find a support, then my stops will be below that, or potentially even back into this range, but most likely just below it. I think below it's fine, and then, but it all depends on how price closes, and then targets would be up there. And this range is 90 points, so there's more than enough range. I'll try to grab a 1 to 2. My goal is 1% every day, but if this range is very clean, and if it sets up nice for me, then I'll look to try to get at least 2%. 2% win today. But if I don't get it, I get 1%. It's fine. It all depends on what market prints and shows me. The only other goal is just taking a good position. That's it, right? 1%. But other than that, it's just taking a good position and managing it correctly. Oh, we could also just start trading below that area too. Which, if that becomes the case, then what can you do? What can you do? Guys, coin is at a low. Oh, can you use a chart? No? Yeesh. I was gonna buy this coin too. It's alright, okay. Okay, so we're breaking out on the 30. Are we gonna re-break that low? If we re-break that low, then we're probably gonna come down to 2735. Looks like we broke it. Yep. Oh, that's right. We had news. Good stuff. There would have been no entry for me anyways anywhere. So now it's still a waiting game. Still want to see what price is going to do because it just reacted to unemployment claims and core retail. What is this? Really usually blah blah blah. Actual less than forecast is good for currency. So more people are obviously filing unemployment, which means that the US dollar should be weakened, which was this, but it wasn't too much. So that's probably that. I'm gonna put a support here. See what price does on this level. how many minutes? 20 minutes for the 4 hour to close. I'm looking at the 4 hour candle or the 4 hour time frame here. And the last time price was up in this area at like 2,759 was over here. Well, where the fuck are you? Completely missed it. The last time we were up there was like this area. The last time we were driving up to it from a low, right? So like from like down here, that's what like we're kind of having here, right? Like we're driving up from a low. And the last time we were coming up like that, we found a resistance in this area. You can even say like right here, I'm mainly focused on this. You could also say this, but obviously we came from this area. So I'm saying from anywhere below this zone when we were coming up, right? We're kind of doing that again on this side. We're coming, this is the zone we have marked up, 2719. And from below there, we're in a bullish trend going up. Where have we stopped and rejected? Well, the last time we did the same thing, we came up to this zone. And from this zone, we rejected. So could we potentially mirror this area exactly how we're printing right now? Because the last time we were in this area, we traded back down to 2719. 2719 is down here. So could that be that retracement coming back down to this level to mirror exactly what this move did? And this move actually happened at 9 o'clock as well. This push down happened at 9 o'clock. Could it happen? We'll see. The only way I'll be in that position is if obviously I see structure start to continue doing this thing. Or not start to, but to continue. But I'm still not opposing buys. So we're still going down here, right? And we broke below the support previously. Found support down here, but not tapping 2735 just yet, which is cool. It's okay. But what we had done now is we've come back to test this level at 2740. On the 15-minute time frame, we're wicking off that zone. Right? So I'm thinking if I get sells here, could I be in sells for this wick fill and then potentially to tap 2735? That's what I'm thinking here. But keeping in mind that the 30 minutes still open. Obviously the 1 hour is open. 4 hour closes as well. So all three of those time frames close in 8 minutes. And the bias would be off the 15, understanding that we're trending down. We're creating lower highs and higher lows, and we could potentially come back down to tap 2735, but I gotta see in 2 minutes here, once this 5 minute closes, how it's gonna close. If it closes bearish, strong bearish, then I could be in a sell position on the break of the lows to test minimum 2736 and have a take profit of, like, let's say 2735, and then my stop will be above here, like a 1-to-1. But right now the 1 minute just closed bullish, which means that some type of support was found, right? So we found support here, we found support here. If we break this level and find support again, then that structure could shift Or it could start to slowly shift on the 1 minute. I mean, on the 5 minute and even higher. Ideally for me though, I would like to be in buys above 2745. But if that 1 minute structure is just shifting, right? Because this is choppy for me. Too choppy to trade right now for me. Maybe in the future I could start looking to find ways, but it's just too choppy right now for me. $15 closes and so yeah. So okay, if we get a closure in 1 minute here, then the next 5 will be the last 5 of the 15 and the last 5 of the hourly and 30 minute and the 4 hour. So what would we get there? That's a big question, right? So $2 points, 20 points. Because the rebreak of these lows is that 15 flip. But if we're closing like this, I'm not looking for that. How could the next 4 hour open up, right? Like if the next 4 hour opens with the bottom wick and then we start trading up. Oops. I'm still considering these sells, but just this 15 hasn't flipped. We would need to have a rebreak of the lows as well. Like that would be the 15 flip, the rebreak of the lows. But it's also 2 minutes and we have the 4 hour opening. So I think I'm gonna stay away from this trade, but man, that'd be nice. 27 points. It'd be like a 1-to-1. It's okay, I'll wait. Patience, patience, patience. So for the next 2 hours, we have nothing but NYSE open at 9:30, so in 30 minutes. But other than that, the next red folder is Trump speaking. And I definitely want to be there for that, so perhaps I get a few Warzone games in before then. And perhaps I get a trade in before then. Yeah, there was really like no moves yesterday at all from 8 o'clock. You can even say like 7 o'clock. We were just stuck in that range. Very choppy. Okay. Something important just happened. We've got that closure, right? That 1 hour closed respecting 2740. 30-minute closed respecting 2740 as well, but it closed bullish. And look how it closed. So what could have been this? Could this have been some type of liquidity zone where, you know, orders get knocked out? Maybe, maybe not. On the 4 hour close as well, we closed bearish. Closed decent on the bearish on the 4 hour time frame. But now the idea becomes, okay, well, if we closed above 2740, the last time we found support here, we went up, right? But have we ever came down? Yes, we have. So coming down from like the downside, really haven't found support coming down from the downside, only from the upside. Which is fine. But this is also important because this range I didn't want to trade, right? We're closing respecting. This could have been a fake out. And if that is a fake out, then what I want to see next is this closure above this area to continue going up. So it's exactly like before. The idea is still the same as it was when I came this morning to look at the charts. This range is it's not a good range that I want to be in because of this choppiness right here to the left. And if we take a look on 5-minute, it's just the range. But even on the 15-minute, even looking left on the 15-minute, it's very choppy, right? So I don't want to be in I don't want to be any trades in that range, as well as looking at the 5-minute chart. You see this is all just not good stuff, right? Like it's not choppy. I mean, it is choppy. It's not as clean though as this, right? So if we can break above this zone and form some type of support here to then continue up, I can be in buy somewhere in this area with my stops either below that higher low that's created or in this range where my stops could be, and then my target could be minimum 2754, right? And then what that would be overall is on the 4-hour time frame, it will simply be 4 hours on the right hand side. It will simply be this 4-hour making that, let's say it's making the bottom wick right now, and then it's going to flip, right? And it's going to be printing a bullish candle to do what? To potentially come back and retest these highs here. And I say potentially because it's still going to be open, but if it closes strong bullish, then that probability increases for it to go up and retest that high. And all this will be is just an exhaustion for price to continue going back up. So that's my idea for the buy. But it's just a matter of waiting and allowing price to get to this area. And then that's when I'll actually glue my eyes to the chart and start hunting for it. So we'll see if we get it. I had to record that just to understand. Because if I do get a trade above here, then I'll probably post it later. Oh, the sun's coming out. My shoulders, my back, so sore from yesterday. Something I want to be aware of as well is that if price starts to come down here and trade to the what am I saying? If price starts to come down and retest these lows, all that could be is this 4-hour making that bottom wick, because this bottom wick is it's sticky. It's not, doesn't look as steep as I would want it to. Especially if this is going to be some type of established support in the future, right? But anything can happen in 4 hours, especially since Trump will be talking. Damn, Nvidia was cheap a few years ago. I should start buying up this stock. How can I favor this? Oh, right here. Nice. See, we're now kind of like we're closing resistance. We found resistance on the 5 because of this bearish candle closure. So if it does come down, right, all this will be is that wick, which I'll be fine with, but not too fine because we'll need to move. We'll need to move back up fairly quickly as well. But we're also we're finding higher lows and higher highs, right? So that's indicating that structure has shifted, right? Higher high, higher low, another higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. Where's our higher low? Can we establish that yet? On the 1 minute? Maybe, maybe not. But we're showing some type of 1 minute structure, and same thing on the 5. It's just not as blatant. On the 5 minute, right? On the 5 minute, we found a low, a low, a low. We found a low. Okay, cool. When we found that low, we then printed a higher high, and then we printed a higher low. Bang. And then now we just printed a higher high right here. So where's this higher low gonna be, right? Can it be here? Can it be here? Can it be here? Where's it gonna be? Who knows? But then if we start breaking that, then we could retest this zone. And once we retest this zone, that's when we start to really be like, all right, what's going to be happening next type shit. But in regards to sells, I don't know. Sells right now are a little bit on the trickier side because we're still in this range, right? So I would want to see maybe like a 30-minute candle close below 2740. And then the next candle potentially like retest that area, or on the lower time frame, we're continuing that structure movement. 5 is popping right here. NYSE open in like 13 minutes, so I'm gonna wait for this 15 candle to definitely close. But some type of volume is coming in right now, so we'll see. We shall see. Guy's funny. How about a cup of coffee? Shit. Some coffee. How about some coffee? So this was that higher low that we created right there. Let's see. 10 minutes for this candle. I'm gonna get a cup of coffee. So the previous 5 closed below. We tapped that level but rejected it. New 5's open. Let's see what this does, this 5-minute. Grab my coffee. It's almost done brewing. Brewing and brewing. Okay, we got a 5-minute closure above, no top wick. Let's see how this 5-minute closes. And that will be the 15-minute closure along with the 30-minute closure, but the 1 hour will still be open. Let's see what happens. I'll throw this one here like that, yeah. So this pullback here is this 5 bottom wick. What could happen here? What could happen? Very, very important to see. Okay, this 5-minute closed, respecting this previous area here. But I want to still see trades above this zone, which is above here. But that's on the 5, right? The 15. Yeah, like 15 we didn't close respecting, so we gotta wait. Looking left here, there's some rejections up here as well, so we gotta wait and see. But overall, I want to see like the break of this resistance, and then some type of pullback on the 5-minute. I don't know if I would ever trust that to hold my PC. Straps. But what is actually, well, I mean, looking at this resistance here, this 30-minute didn't close above it, but we had this support level here that we closed back above. But the only thing that's discouraging about this is that there's that resistance here. So I want to see this 5 close the way it is right now, a little bit higher, whatever the case is. And then I want to see a pullback. And then that's what the 15 looks like as well. So even like a 15-minute closure with a bottom wick would be nice. Seem to have time here. One sec. Looks good. Doesn't look too crazy. It looks good. All right. However, this 15 closes is going to be very crucial because there's a 15 resistance here, very major. It's not a minor one because we've rejected here before, right? So this closure, we need to close above, because if we don't close above, then that means that this is some type of area of resistance where price could potentially even start dropping backwards and going down. And then what that would be on the 4-hour potentially is the top wick rather than the 4-hour bottom wick. So I want to see some type of pop above here and a closure. And that could keep us in the loop for buys. Food buys, food buys. Food the buys, food the buys. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Could I take sells here? No. Not just yet. I would want to see this 30-minute candle close below 2740. And that will be pretty... I'll be pretty confident taking that sell then because of one simple fact. We came back to retest this level at 2745. And if we're rejecting that level like that, and this starts to close below 2740, then what we can anticipate is this 4-hour candle that has made a nice top wick, we can anticipate it to continue down to fill the previous 4-hour candle's wick. And that will be that retest of 2735 area. So I need to wait 15 minutes here to see if we're gonna get this closure below 2740, and if that's the case, then I'll be in sells. So I'm in the clear now for the next hour and 15 minutes in regards to trading. Once 11 o'clock hits, I am not trading. I'm sitting on my hands. I'll probably play Warzone or some shit as Trump talks because he's supposed to speak at 11 o'clock right here at the World Economic Forum. So it's a big deal because he's probably going to cuss off a bunch of people or some shit. So don't want to be a part of that. At least not with my money, but my eyes. I'm down. Entertainment. But I ain't trying to have money in there. But I like the idea. I like the idea of staying away from this range because of this nonsense. And the 4-hour is aligning well because now I have two biases based on how price is going to close, right? So if I do get closures above here, above 2745, mainly more above 2746, right? I can be in buys above here, and then sells below, but I need to see this 30-minute close, and that will determine shit. So let's see. But I wouldn't be opposed to sells because sells on the higher time frame, on the lower-ish time frame, right? We're still bearish, right? Because if this 30-minute closes below this level, then all this will have been is not only will it have been a retest of this zone, but it'll also be a lower high created, right? And then if we close below this area, then we'll be breaking this lower low, which is good because the 4-hour will align with it. Then we can fill that wick. I'm not opposed to either buys or sells. I will be open for both. But what I need price to do is to tell me what it wants to do. And when it tells me that, I follow suit. And I hop on the trend, hop on the wave. Because ideally at the same time, right? This was stuff that I didn't want to be a part of as it was coming back up, right? But the fact is, or the thing is about the buys is we kind of shifted structure on the lower time frames. Like on the 1 minute, right? Higher low, we printed. Higher low, we printed. This is support here. Price looks to be respecting this right now, right? So what this could just be is the retest of this level, and we are still holding bullish structure, right, on the lower time frame, right? Higher low, higher low, higher low. Support. Let me make this a little bit nicer for myself to see, right? So higher low, lower low, higher low, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher low, support. We came down to this level, we're bouncing off of it. What does this mean? This support level is valid on the 1 minute. And if this 5-minute closes bullish the way it is, then that will be a valid support level, which means what? Which means that buys are still valid, because then if we get closures above here, this market structure is still staying bullish, which means that we can follow that trend. We can follow that idea, right? But if on these lower time frames, if we close below 2740, which is what I want on the 30, but if we start closing below 2740, which is right here, then what is that with structure? What happens to structure? Well, structure gets broken, because then if we start coming down here and we retest right? 740. Then let's say we start respecting it to go down, then all this becomes, right, is a lower high. This becomes a lower high. This is obviously a higher high, but then this is where the shift happens to then come back to the downside to these areas. So we can play both. We can play both games. It's just a matter of price telling me what it wants to do. That's it. But as of right now, we closed here on that support, bullish. So could we go up and close above? If we do, then we're in positions. See, my girl's working late today. So should I go skiing? For the second time? I don't know. I don't know. I fucking love this shit, bro. I love trading. We didn't get that closure. We didn't get that closure yet. Give me that closure. You give me that closure. We know what we're doing. Let me just I'm gonna record my bias. My biases. So as of right now, these are the trades that I'm looking for. I'm looking for two trades. I'm not. There's a saying in the industry. It's don't become married to your bias, right? So I'm allowing my biases to be open, and every single candle that closes, there is a possibility that my bias can change, right? Because a closure of a candle is simply, it's just printed data, right? So it's data that has established. So when I look on the 4 hour, right, I know that we're overall bullish. I know that, right? And I'm not going to ignore that fact. So I'm also not going to ignore the fact that, okay, if we are bullish, then all this could be is just a pullback for price to exhaust. And then all we need to wait for on the 4 hour is some type of bullish candle to close, where then we can establish that support level. And once that support level is established, then we can argue the fact that, okay, that's simply just a support. That's simply the higher low we're looking for to continue going back up to minimum retest the highs, right? So that's what we can argue. But this candle just opened up. This 4 hour candle just opened up, right? And what I'm looking at is, okay, we pulled back, and if we're gonna be closing in the next 3 hours and 6 minutes, if we're gonna be closing with a strong bullish candle, then what it would be ideal to see is this candle make a steeper bottom wick, right? But if it doesn't make a steeper bottom wick, that's fine. But what could be a possibility is if it does actually end up making that steeper bottom wick, we could be looking for sells below this area. And if it doesn't make that steeper bottom wick, then we could be looking for buys above this area. And this is what I mean. If you look to the left, looking on the 15-minute 15-minute time frame, the reason why I don't want to be trading in this level or in this zone here is simply looking left. We have this area here, and this area, it struggled a bit, right? There's an established resistance. There's an established support, right? So looking back to the current price, in this area, it's very, 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 very choppy. It's very choppy, right? So I stayed away, and I said, okay, cool. It'd be cleaner if I got buys up in this area, and it'd be cleaner if I got sells in this area. And the reason why I'm comfortable with taking buys above this level is because we've been printing higher lows here. And this is also a higher low as well. It's just the retest of that support level. And we closed bullish on the 5 on that support level, which means that if we continue going up and break these highs, we'll be continuing the bullish structure on the lower time frame. So I can follow suit with what price is going to tell me then, because if price closes above here, that means that that structure is still bullish on the lower time frame, right? And yeah, I just follow suit with price and see what it does. And in regards for sells, looking at the 30-minute time frame, right? This 30-minute, if it flips and it continues printing bearish and we get closures below 2740, then I can take sells to retest 2735 because that's our next support level. And if we get closures below there, right, for me it's pretty clean, right? 15, there's clean traffic. It's clean traffic over here as well. Looking down on the 5, it's pretty clean traffic for me. So what I would want to see is I would want to see the break and closure below 2740 for sells, and then I would want to see some type of retest or some type of like retracement on the lower time frames for us to then continue down. And the reason why I'm comfortable with taking that is because looking on the 4-hour, all that would simply be is the 4-hour flip right here and that wick fill. So that's ideally what the sell would be, is the flip of that 4-hour and that wick fill. And then that'll be great, because then if we get that wick fill, right, we can still be printing bullish on the 4-hour time frame, because if we come down here and fill this wick, all this 4-hour will be doing is making that bottom wick. And then perhaps in the next, let's say this wick fill happens in the next 30 minutes or an hour, then we still have 2 hours of this open 4-hour candle to form. So in the next 2 hours after, let's say, this wick fill is formed, we can definitely still continue to trade back up. Definitely, because then what this would be on the lower time frames is this support being established here for us to then continue back up on the higher time frames. So that's why I'm open to both, and I'm not mirroring my bias. But as of right now, price is telling me, hey, we're looking to still go back up. Cool. So if we get closures above here, especially on the 15-minute, if we get closures above, then I'll wait for maybe a 15 bottom wick or 5 to pull back slightly to then take buys, because I'm not buying at a high. Fuck that. We'll wait and see. I just needed to record that. Two minutes for an hourly closure as well. The only way I'll be in a trade at 11 o'clock which is when Trump talks, is if I'm already in profit and my stop loss is at break even by that time. That's when I'll just hold the trade and see what happens. But other than that, I'm not looking to get into any positions near 11 o'clock or be open on any positions without my stop loss being in break even or even my entry being in negatives. But I'll worry about that when I get into a position, if I get into a position. So I'm giving it maybe like another 30 minutes. And then if I don't get anything, then I'm going to slow it down and not hunt. But right now I'm hunting because we're at a resistance. And this 15 is going to close in 40 seconds. So I want to see how this is going to close, because this is going to be very key here. Same thing on the 30, but the 30 is on the right-hand side, so I don't need to look there. YouTube needs to allow playing music Like playing any type of music you want. Like, I can't be the only one that wants to trade and bump fucking Love Sosa by Chief Keef. Just kidding. Okay, 15 close above. Spectacular. 5 minute, close at that resistance. Marvelous. So now what are we going to get? So the structure's holding, right? The support was valid here, which is good. Because now we can take buys. But I just got to wait for some closures. So we're seeing, right now we're forming a bottom wick. I'm going to move my resistance zone up to here just because on the 5 minute, there was some taps previously here as a support. So I'm going to keep my level up here. 15 minute looks fine. But I'm going to keep my level there just on the 5. Because I'm going to be looking for entries now, so. Love to see the grind, bro. Appreciate it, bro. Fucking long ass time in the making. I'm fucking high off this shit. 5 years in the making of this bullshit. And I'm literally like, I wouldn't say just breaking even, but there's just a little bit of tweaks in order for me to truly fucking break out. So this resistance is valid on the 5 if we close in 1 minute here. But I'm cool with that because the 30 minute just opened up, new 30 minute, and the new 1 hour. So the new 1 hour, all it could be doing right now, if we're looking at the 1 hour, the 30 minute, is just a bottom wick, right? Understanding that candles make bottom and top wicks. So if this candle is gonna flip bullish eventually, right? Then all it needs to do right now is just make a bottom wick, and that on the 5 minute or on the lower time frames in general is just candles printing down to then eventually go back up. 40 seconds for this candle to close on the 5. So essentially what I'm looking for in regards to buys is some type of closure above here and then a retest of this level. So like if we close above, come back to this level, we start closing bullish on this level, I can have stops below, and then my take profit will be probably up at 2754. And I feel like price might go fast. I gotta fucking get my other mic. because this thing's already broken. Price might drive quick if we close above here on the 5. So I may even look for entries on the 1 minute, which is something I don't really do often, but I think it'll be worth it because all this is on the 1 hour is a bottom wick. 30 minutes, same story. 15 minute, ideally the same story, but the 15 minute closes in 10. So like 30 minute and 1 hour, it's the same story, right? We flip and re-break the highs, we should be good to go up. And then on that 4 hour, it'll be the re-break of its current high. Yeah. Some light, some light. But my bias could change. We could close below 2740 and I could be at sells. So we got to let market print and tell us what data it's giving us. I wonder what Trump's going to say today, though, at 11 o'clock. US president, blah, 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 blah. He speaks frequently on a broad range of subjects. Only speeches that might have direct market impact are listed in the calendar. Look, you want to run COD. But I'm about to be in trades here soon if we get closures. 10:30, I'm done. 10:30, 20 minutes. I'm stepping off, plugging the controller in, running COD, letting Trump talk. Maybe I could be in trades later at like noon or 1. But we'll see. We will see. I won't be trading, but I'll stay streaming because the gameplay of COD is valid. Did anything come out? Just like random folders? No. Tariff threats, currency. I swear to God, when gold fucking pulls back in the future, like I am gonna go buy a gold watch for sure. Ooh, if we come back to like 2000, beautiful. I completely neglected this daily as well. And the daily is important. Yesterday's candle closed above this resistance, which is good. So this candle could flip today. I'm sure if Trump even hops on the mic and just coughs, the candle could flip. But we'll see. So another 5 looks like it's going to be closing bullish or bearish here in literally 40 seconds. Craziness. Nvidia, how did it open up? Bullish. Kind of on the low side.
That 5 closed bearish.
So this candle needs to do something here. We might just be stuck here. We might be stuck here until Trump talks, to be honest. I think that's what's holding price from direction right now.
$2 for this 15.
This 30-minute as well is still going to be open, and the 1 hour. So the 30 likely still could flip bullish, but if this 15-minute closes bearish, then it's going to be tricky. And like I said, Trump's talking soon, so who knows what could happen. My motherfucking back. Five closed bullish, 15 closed bearish. Next 15 candle just opened, and our 30 still open. So we can play off that. if I get it closer. For now, I'm trying to see where I can get my Blue Mountain Pass for next year. Gives you slopes 5 days and 7 nights a week with minimal blackout dates. All prices subject, blah, 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 blah. Past details. Valid for lift access Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday. Cool. Blackouts from December. Cool. Weather conditions. No. Qualified Blue Mountains confidence to buy provides confidence to the. Yeah, additionally, if I have the option to purchase season pass insurance through spot insurance for coverage, blah 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 blah. Season pass subject to 1% annuity fee, and that's also subject to local. Affiliated by Blue Mountain LP in order to cover sales royalty fees in Blue Mountain Village Association, which provides a number of visitors amenities program available through the village. Nice. Where do I get to ski? Because I don't want to just ski in Blue Mountain. Past perks. There are perks you may season or no. Monthly pass holders, no. Compare product before purchasing. No. Do not get you slip. Also gives you seasons access. No. Covers the buy pass insurance. No. Pass. You can ski. This year round provides access slopes. So just Blue Mountain. What I cunt. Is there more? Season passes. Let's see season passes. Winter season passes. Yeah, let's see this. That's what it is. Icon pass. Icon pass. Okay, how do I unlock no. No. How do I get the pass? Okay, these are the destinations. I can't even use the pass in Blue Mountain? What kind of shit is this? The fuck? What's the weather like today? Maybe we'll go next week. 10 minutes here. 10 fucking minutes here. I think it's safe to load up COD. Are we in the clear? Interesting stuff right here. Five minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if we get volume towards 11 o'clock as well. Like 11:45 or any time between 10:30 and 11, I wouldn't be surprised if there's volume. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Well, 3 minutes. Three minutes. 3 minutes. Is there a Call of Duty update today? Call of Booty? Booty? Call of Duty update today. Patch notes. You tell me they haven't updated the game since fucking January 9th? They were doing it every week. Bruh. Characters. Address an issue with appearing not visible past 70 meters. Address some visual issues with events tab. Audio. Address some issue with the audio not playing event milestone banners in game. Modes. Zombies. Modes. Ammo. So there should be an update today, no? CN2, CN2. Arriving 28th of January. 30-minute closed? 30-minute closed bearish. Yeah. We're in this range still. Stiff as a motherfucker. Alright, let's see. They're bringing back hijacked from BO2. Oh, and they're bringing back the skateboarding map? What are these guns? That's crazy. Dealership. Looks cool. Yeah, look at that shit. That's hijacked right there. Looks smaller though. 2v2, 6v6. Nice. Looks cool. Remastered. Grind. Grind remastered. What does it say here? Hijack remastered? No, it's not hijacked. Different. Multiplayer modes. How about Warzone? This is zombies. Warzone Season 2 content. Content summary: a focus on gameplay tuning, quality of life improvements, and addressing ongoing bugs, new perks, ranked play, prepare for new season, battle royale ranked play, including all new rewards. Let's see what ranked is gonna be. They better put on a new fucking map. Additional equipment. Reactive armor. Your armor will regenerate up to 50% if you haven't taken damage in the last 5 seconds. You're able to move more quickly while crouch or prone, move slightly faster when down. Okay. Call of Duty Warzone ranked play. Compete. Bro, it's still gonna be on Urzikstan. Compete second season. Battle royale ranked play, earning the following season of rewards. Yeah, but nobody cares. Nobody cares about that shit. First season win, elimination charm, 25 eliminations. Okay, who cares about that? So they're showing no new maps. So it's gonna be the same old bullshit maps for the last fucking 2 years. Horrible. Horrible. Don't be on no bullshit Call of Duty. Fucking horrible. They better fucking surprise the people that want to play this game, because that is absolutely horrendous if they keep the same maps last 2 years. Alright. I'm not being suspicious, by the way. By the V. By the V. This, shit. Oh my god. Oh wait. Bro, I had no desktop audio this whole time. Oh my god. Oh. Can I chat with people now? The 1 hour is flipping bullish. One hour is flipping bullish.
Don't mean
Enemy soldier incoming.
Oh crud, oh crud.
Enemy dropping into the AO. All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
Yo, Sean. Probably my last one.
Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets. Mark a drop point for your squad and hit the field. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Bro, for real? Like, come on, bro. What are the odds there's no fucking gun up there?
We're returning you to the front. Earn this. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
I can't do anything when I have no fucking gun. I literally haven't picked the gun up yet. Give me a fucking gun. I'll shut on all these kids. I swear to God, bro. Holy shit, bro. 500 damage. Like, what is this shit? Behind you.
Go get your revenge. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy soldier incoming. Remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Your squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Move it. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Enemy UAV is online. They've got a tank turret online. Contract failed. Objective lost. You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy. You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy UAV overhead. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Friendly loadout drops on the way. Enemy dropping into the AO. Hostiles have established a SAM turret. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Bro, where's my teammates? Bro, why am I jumping out there? Why am I jumping out that fucking window like that, like it's a trampoline or some shit? Holy fuck.
Well done.
My loadout. What is this guy doing? Get off the game. 600 damage. He's been on all morning apparently. Holy fuck, bro. Let me fucking type in chat, please. Yeah, y'all need. Oh my god, bro. Thank god they left. I was about to flip. Like, go fucking hit the firing range or some shit. Alright, what's going on here? Okay, so there's 5 minutes closing above, right? So if I get a pullback, bang, bang, boom. Alright, you know who's getting muted.
The real thing's coming soon. All stations, green light. We're deploying to the war zone. Resurgence. Stay alive to keep the squad in the fight. Alright, go get on. There's our next objective. Wait to keep it side. Supply box UAV is inbound.
Who the fuck? Who did I kill?
Loadout drop headed your way. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Fuck up, Derek. Why are you running, Derek?
Enemies are dropping into the air. Squad mates redeploying. Well done. 25 remain. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Time for vengeance. You're redeploying.
LDBR awaiting target pickup.
There's like 8 guys. Like, what can I do with 8 guys there?
You're getting another chance. Weapons free.
And this guy's dropping back there. Like, logic in people's brains. That guy can't shoot for his life.
You have reinforcements inbound.
That's unfortunate. I'm not even mad about that, but like, what are you shooting, bro?
You're back on the station. Go get after it. Contract worth more than usual, so get it done, soldier. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Your squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back. You have reinforcements inbound.
How to die 101. Blow your fucking cover.
Enemies dropping into the AR. There's no one behind. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunted.
Oh, like, throw your fucking parachute. out this bitch. That was pretty stupid. The way I dropped there.
Enemy SAM turret active. Hostile UAV in the area. Your squad mates back on station. Good work. Enemy UAV overhead. Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. Got an extra valuable opportunity here. Don't miss your shot.
I don't trust anybody in this game.
Resurgence is about to end. Make it count.
Setting rally point.
Some of your squad is outside the safe zone. Marked remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Stand to you, soldier. Stay
No
sharp.
one left but me.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them. Fire sale's over. Adjusting prices. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
People are dropping from fucking everywhere, bro. I need to put my back to a wall or some shit. I can't be dealing with that type of
Be
shit.
advised, resurgence is no longer active. This is for keeps.
It's probably my best bet here.
Enemy soldier incoming. You have reinforcements inbound. Be advised, squad mates outside the safe zone. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV is online.
8 fucking players.
You back the hell away from me because your teammates fucked me over last time.
Right.
UAV overhead. Dropping into the area. Watch the skies. 5 squads still operational in the AO. safe
Bye,
zone.
bye.
Gas is moving.
At the buy station. Yep. Hold on.
So come get me then.
Oh shit, he heard me. He said, oh shit.
Two minutes here, 2 minutes. This is exactly what I was looking for, and it's happening as soon as this guy as soon as this guy hops on the line to talk. Is there any links where I can see? Thursday. No, there's no links. I'm sure it's on YouTube though. Let's see. Trump. No, nothing. I don't know, then I guess it's private. And they'll drop, they'll probably release some articles or some shit later, but. Let's see. Okay, so this is good because the 15-minute, the 30-minute closed above, but it kind of closed respecting our zone. 1 hour closed doji. 30-minute is opening with a bottom wick, and then the 15-minute it's good because the 15-minute previous closed respecting this level. Same thing on the 5. We closed respecting. Shit, I've been recording for an hour. That's crazy. Let me drop this down though. So this is going to be nice because if the 5 opens or closes strong bullish, then I can be in buys to go up. 26 for 67. Potentially what I'll put on the line. It all depends here what we get in 3 minutes. Volume. What do you expect? What do you expect? Nice. Should I take a trade off the 1? Rebreak at the high, stops could be below. Could've, should've, would've. But not fast enough. Okay, so what's my range here? 2. It's just important for me to see how this candle is going to close. That's the important thing. I could have taken it off the 1, but I wasn't fast enough. Which is okay, I'm fine with it. Minutes. Or a minute and a half. I think I'll do break of the highs. So break these highs, stops will be below. Yeah. Some shit like that. I'm gonna throw in my buy stops just to get it ready. Drag it down after. I want to see how this 5 opens up as well. Okay, so I have a buy stop here on the break of that high. Anticipating that we're gonna continue trading to the upside. And I can move this down, but I would want to see the 5 probably make a steeper bottom wick like towards here. So I'll wait for that. But the reason I'm taking this trade is because all morning we've been stuck in this level and looking left, right? This was a range that we didn't want to come out of. And yeah, price just didn't want to make a move like this morning. So I was thinking like maybe it has to do something with Trump speaking, because he's talking right now at 11 o'clock. He's in a meeting with like the World Economic Forum or whatever. I don't know if it's a meeting or what the case is. But yeah, so price broke out. We retested, which is what I wanted. And we got a bullish closure, which is what I was looking for. So now that we have that bullish closure, I have my buy stop there. If this like dips below where these wicks are here, then I'll move my buy stop down to the flip of that candle. But I don't think it's going to happen. And then on top of that, like 15 looks clean. And then the 1 hour, right? If the 1 hour rebreaks its highs and starts breaking the previous 1 hour highs, which is this high here, then I can manage positions. Not in anything just yet. And I might as well put my stop losses in. So stop loss will be there and there. So this one goes here. And this up here. So managing this position when I get in, if I get in, then if this candle, the next candle, like if I don't get tapped, and if I don't get entered into this position, and these candles start to close below here, then I'll turn off my buy stops. Yeah, let's turn off the buy stops. No, I'll close the buy stop, and I'll call it a day, because we're a little bit over the session, for myself at least. This daily as well, right? Like we were printing that bottom wick, and now like could we potentially be going back up to flip on the daily, right? And if that's the case, the daily flip is where my target is for take profit, right? It's up here. That's the flip. So that's essentially what could happen here. Come here, Jax. Now's not the time. We're almost there for the break. So it will play out very well if we go up to 2754, because then that'll be the daily flip. And then this will just be that, right? Pull back. So let's see. Everything looks great. So in 15 minutes, this 15-minute candle will close. So if we get executed and this 15 closes above there, we should be good to go.
Liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth.
He's speaking in person.
Use it. Not only will this reduce the cost of virtually all goods and services, it'll make the United States a manufacturing superpower and the world capital of artificial intelligence and crypto. My administration has also begun the largest deregulation campaign in history.
He just mentioned crypto.
Even the record-setting efforts of my
and there you go. Price is doing its thing.
In total, the Biden administration
He just mentioned crypto.
We're
We're literally like two ticks away. Not even. And we're flipping. I didn't get activated.
I have promised to eliminate
activated or activated? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Holy shit.
Which will soon put many thousands of dollars back in the pockets of American families.
This is him talking right now.
Are majorities in the House and Senate, which we also took along with the presidency, are going to pass the largest tax.
I have him right here. I don't know if I could show because I don't want to get
tax cuts for workers and family.
I don't want to get
tax cuts for domestic producers
taken down
and manufacturers, and we're working with the Democrats on getting an extension of the original Trump tax cuts, as you probably know, by just reading any paper. My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But you know what's funny? Biden said the same thing.
They want to bring manufacturing into America. They're all on the same agenda. It's just whose administration is going to be the one to run it. They're all on the same shit.
Into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt. Under the Trump administration, there will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA. already Americans' economic, and you can see this, I think, maybe even in your wonderful, wonderful room that you're all gathered together, so many of my friends, but Americans, the economic confidence is soaring like we haven't seen in many, many decades, maybe not at all. Upon my election, it was just announced that small business optimism skyrocketed by 41 points in a single month. That's the highest ever.
Can I do
There's
this?
never been anything like that. SoftBank has announced between a $100 and $200 billion investment in the U.S. economy because of the election result. And just 2 days ago, Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI announced a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Other companies likewise have announced billions and billions and billions, adding up to trillions of investment in America, in the United States. And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America, but I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around 1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them. And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down, which frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war. They should have done it long ago. They're very responsible, actually, to a certain extent for what's taking place. Millions of lives are being lost. With oil prices going down, I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately, and likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us. All over, the progress that you're seeing is happening because of our historic victory in a recent presidential election, one that has become quite well known throughout the world. I think a lot of things are happening to a lot of countries. They say that there's light shining all over the world since the election, and even countries that we aren't particularly friendly with are happy because they understand what
I still have my buy stop,
how great the future will be under our leadership. America is back.
but I might cut my position size.
And this week, I'm also taking swift action to stop the invasion at our southern border. They allowed people to come in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It was ridiculous. I decided and declared to do, and very, very importantly, a national emergency on our border immediately.
I'm cutting my position size
Of illegal border crossers, of which
because spreads opened up and my stop loss got bigger, so I have to lower my position size.
Back to the place from which they came. That action, as you've probably seen,
We're still in the same area.
Started very strongly. I've deployed active duty U.S. military and National Guard troops to the border to assist in repelling the invasion. It was really an invasion. We will not allow our territory to be violated. After 4 long years, the United States is strong and sovereign and a beautiful nation once again. It's a strong, sovereign nation.
Yeah, man.
In addition, I'm pleased to report that America is also a free nation once again. On day one, I signed an executive order to stop all government censorship. No longer will our government label the speech of our own citizens as misinformation or disinformation, which are the favorite words of censors.
Looking to close here shortly.
Stop the free exchange of ideas.
I'm gonna go break even.
We have saved.
I'm up 0.5%. I'm gonna go break even because he's talking, right?
Saved it strongly. With another executive order this week, I also ended the weaponization of law enforcement against the American people and, frankly, against politicians.
Okay, I'm break even.
And restored the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense. And these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government and the private sector. With the recent yet somewhat unexpected great Supreme Court decision just made, America will once again become a merit-based country. You have to hear that word, merit-based country. And I've made an official policy of the United States that there are only 2 genders, male and female. And we will have no men participating in women's sports and transgender operations,
Oh, I
which
thought you were in the
became
room.
the rage, will occur
Thank you.
very rarely.
Good.
Finally, as we restore common sense in America, we're moving quickly to bring back strength and peace and stability abroad. I'm also going to ask all NATO nations
Men
to
should not play in
increase
women's
defense
sports.
spending to 5% of GDP, which is what it should have been
And
years
women
ago. It was
shouldn't.
only at 2%,
Okay,
and
they
most
can be
nations
paid
didn't
the same
pay
as
it
men
till I
in
came
sports,
along.
but
I
they,
insisted that
at this point in time, I'm not going to say they shouldn't because they can. But you got to think about it from a business standpoint. If a woman's not doing 360 windmills, people aren't excited to go watch the women do that. Until women start doing shit like that, that's when women are going to be getting paid just as much as men. I'm just being honest. But aren't women getting paid the most now than they have been in their entire like sports careers? Like I swear women didn't make that much before, but now they're getting boosted, so they're making more, right? Okay, we're close to 1%.
And they'll be coming in more and more. They started coming back on Sunday. Our efforts to secure a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine are now hopefully underway. It's so important to get that done. That is an absolute killing field. Millions of soldiers are being killed. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. They're laying dead all over the flat fields. It's a flat field farmland, and there's millions of Russians and millions of Ukrainians. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's time to end it. And here in America, we have big events coming up. Next year, we have the 250th anniversary of America's founding. I'm so honored to be president during that. That's been a
Amazing.
big event. They've been talking about it for 10 years. We also have the World Cup.
I think if we re-break this, I'm going to look to close after we re-break this candle's highs. Because if we do re-break before I get, if we re-break before I get stopped out, then I think we might be able to have one last push. Because we're at a resistance here. At least that's how price is reacting to this level right here, right? So if we can re-break this high, I'm going to look to get out. Because I feel like we might get a pop.
I said, you know, I got the Olympics to come and I won't be president, but it turned out through a stroke of luck or whatever you might call it, that I'm going to be president during the World Cup and the Olympics and the 250th anniversary. So that's going to be 3 big events.
Nice.
And we've accomplished more in less than 4 days. We have really been working 4 days than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years. And we're just getting started. It's really an amazing thing to see in the spirit.
And we're
the
just
light
getting
over our
started.
has been incredible. Under the last administration, our nation has suffered greatly, but we're going to bring it back and make it greater, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. I want to thank everybody for being with you. I would have been there myself, except the inauguration was 2 days ago. I thought it might be a little bit quick to make it the first stop. But we'll get there one day. We hope to get there. But I do appreciate, I heard the audience is fantastic, and many of my friends are in the audience. And I will be taking questions now from some.
So I'm in buys here,
distinguished
by the
people.
way.
Thank you all very much.
Let's see what gold does here now that he's done speaking. Are we going to pump?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that very powerful speech. And I think you could hear the applause all the way from Davos to the White House. But next year it will be even better, because then you can get the applause here in Davos. So we wish you welcome to our village next year. We hope to see you.
Thank you very much.
So we also know,
He
Mr.
says, thank you very
President,
much. Price goes up.
that you open up for interaction here. We have a great panel with some of the most distinguished business people in the world.
Now the market's like, who the fuck is this guy talking? Let's go down.
Someone that you know really well, that I think is almost a neighbor of you in in Florida.
Malaralo?
Mr. Steve Schwartzman, Chairman.
It's alright, brother. It's not hard.
and
Or it's not
co-founder
hard. It's not
Blackstone
easy to
Group.
speak
So,
your second
Steve,
language in
floor's
front of a
yours.
bunch of people.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sure the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia will be really glad you gave this speech today.
I'm nervous even though I'm at break even. Because I want to get 1%. I want to be back to where I was.
Busiest
Because I'm down
4 days that any
0.95% on the month.
and
So,
congratulations
let's
for
see.
that. And my question is
I'm floating about
some of the things
just under 0.5% right now.
here at Davos. It's a
I truly believe if this candle flips and starts re-breaking its own high, and on top of the previous candle highs, we'll be able to get a nice little pop,
30 years.
and then I should be able to close there.
A lot of the European business people have expressed enormous frustration.
But if not, it is what it is, right?
Regulatory
Can't do much
regime,
about it.
in the EU, and they attribute slower growth rates here because of the numerous factors, but especially because of regulations. And you've taken a completely different approach in this area. And if you could explain the theory of what you're doing, how you're going to do it, and what you expect the outcome to be, I'd appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations, Steve. You're a friend of mine, but on a great career. You have had an amazing career, and it continues. I just want to congratulate you. Very inspirational to a lot of people. I want to talk about the EU, because you mentioned specifically that I've also had a lot of friends and leaders of countries. I've gotten to know them all my first term and a little bit during this period of 4 years, and know them well, like them a lot.
Trump's talking, price is going to go up. That guy was talking and the other gentleman was talking, price is exhausting. And now that Trump's talking again, price is going to go back up. We need the price to exhaust. And Trump needed to exhaust. So that's essentially if reflecting. You know, like this is Trump talking. This is the other guys talking. Now it's going to be Trump talking, other guys talking. Trump talking, other guys talking. Trump talking, other guys talking. Trump talking. That's what's going to happen.
I did projects, and I had a big project in Ireland, and it had to get approval on something that would have made it even better. And I got
No, man, my camera just froze.
a week, and it was a
Don't do this to me.
very efficient, good.
Pause 1
approval.
second.
And
Wait, maybe
they
I can do
informed
this.
Me, though, the problem is you're going
Oops.
to have to get it from the EU, and we think that'll take 5 to 6 years. And they said, you have to be kidding. And this was before politics. And I said, wait a minute, it's not that important. I don't want to go 5 or 6 years, but it would have been a big investment.
One
It would
sec.
have been
I'm about to get
nice.
stopped
It would
out.
have been good for the project. And I sent the people to the EU to see if they could speed it up. And basically, it was a 5 or 6 year wait just to get a simple approval.
Let's see if I can get a flip here.
Ireland gave me in a period of literally not much more than a week. And I realized right then, that was the first time I
We're back.
really was involved with the EU, but I realized right then that's a problem, and I didn't even bother
I'm still in.
applying to do it.
Come on, let's get a flip.
Or if I did, I pulled
Flippity
it very
flip.
quickly. I have to be very accurate because I don't want to be criticized. He did apply, actually. No, I want to be very accurate. So I don't think I did, but if I did, I pulled it very quickly. It was just something you couldn't wait 5 years or 6 years to get an approval. So a lot of, in a very big business sense,
He says a lot of and
people
price
are
goes.
claiming that's the problem. From
Problem,
the
price is gonna go down a
standpoint
bit.
of America, the
See?
EU treats us very, very unfairly, very badly.
Badly.
They have a
Price is going to go down a bit.
large tax that we know about, and a VAT tax, and it's a very substantial.
To re-break
one.
these highs.
They don't
Okay, we're
take our
re-breaking
farm-
here.
Essentially, don't take our farm products, and they don't.
And
take
we
our cars,
re-broke.
yet they send cars.
They don't take this, they don't
to
take
us
that.
for
Price is going to go down.
years. They put tariffs on things that we want to do. Like, for instance, I think they actually, in terms of these are non-economic or non-monetary tariffs, and those are very bad. And they
Very
make it
bad.
Very difficult to bring products in.
What's price going to do? Very bad. Price is going to go down.
And
See?
they do sell their products in the United States. So we have, hundreds of billions of dollars of deficits with the EU.
That's not good for
And
price.
Nobody's happy with it, and we're going to do something about it, but nobody's happy with it. So I think the EU has to speed up their
Yo,
process.
you should say something like
Friends of
America's
mine that
great.
are in,
America's great.
Some of the nations within
We're going to do
the
well.
EU, great
We're
people,
already
they
doing well. So
want
that
to
price
be able
can...
to compete better, and you can't compete when you can't go through the approval process fast. There's no reason why it can't go faster. So, I'm
Pay attention. When he says something negative about America, price will go down. If he says something
Europe.
good, it'll go up.
The countries of Europe, but the process is a very cumbersome one, and they do treat the United States of America very, very unfairly. With
It's going to go down now.
taxes and all of the other taxes they impose. One other, just to finish up, I got a call from the head of a major airline, one of the biggest airlines in the world, and he said, "Sir, could you
Emirates.
help us? What? Landing in Europe is brutal. They charge us fees for everything, and it's so unfair." I said, "How does it compare to China?" He said, "It's much worse." And the other thing, as you know, they took court cases with Apple, and they supposedly won a case that most people didn't think was much of a case. They won 15 or 16 billion from Apple. They won billions from Google. I think they're after Facebook for billions and billions. These are American companies, whether you like them or not. They're American companies, and they shouldn't be doing that. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a form of taxation. So we have some.
Ideally, my stop should be below here, right? Below this candle.
Thank you very much, Mr.
But the reason why I moved it to break even right away is because this 1 minute just absolutely popped. So Trump's talking. You don't know what he could say. You could obviously see the things he's saying, how price is reflecting. So I don't want to, take a crazy gamble. So I'm good with break even. I'm in the position. I'm floating about 0.5% right now, and I'm looking for a break above this area so that I could potentially get some closures. But I truly believe if we pop here, we're gonna go. The only thing that's affecting this from happening is obviously what Trump is saying and all these guys talking.
Quite clear what you expect from us. I will go to gas more, and our company is the largest #1 exporter LNG from the U.S. Company. We are a strong contributor to. And we invest in a mammoth LNG projects in Texas, $20 billion.
He says good, so price is going up.
And we contribute with that to security of supply to Europe, as we export this LNG to Europe. Some experts fear that if there are too many projects developed in the US on LNG, this could have an inflationary impact on the US domestic gas price. And they recommend a pause on this project.
We rebroke again. At least on my terminal it did.
What are your views about such a pause on investments on LNG in the US? What would happen if you would observe an increased domestic gas price because of these exports? And final question, which is important for Europe, would you agree to guarantee security of supply of US LNG to Europe?
Let's see if this is good.
Well, on the last part of your question, yes, I would. I would make sure that you get it. If we make a deal, we make a deal. You'll get it.
Price is gonna go up.
Have that problem. They make a deal and then it can't get supplied because of
Don't say that.
war-type problems and other problems. So we would absolutely
Problems. Price goes down.
LNG is very interesting because when I took office for the first term, one of the first things I looked at was there were two very massive plants in Louisiana, a state that has been very good to me, won it by many, many points.
Very good to me. Goes up.
I felt strongly indebted to it, actually. And they said there are two plants that have been under environmental consideration for more than 10 years. And they were costing, as you say, you know how expensive those plants are, but they were costing like 12.
Okay, I'm closing my percent here.
14 or 15 billion, but they couldn't get their permits. They were in review for years, many, many years, like a decade.
So I'm closing there
I said, so ridiculous. I know
for 1%.
because in the construction industry, I had to go.
Price is gonna go though.
Good at it after a while, but I saw the projects.
We should tap 2754 here.
25 to 30 billion dollars, and it looked like it was going to end. They couldn't get their permits, and I got them done in.
Let me delete this.
A week. It was done, completed.
When he says something positive, even like we're gonna help this country, help this, help that, we're gonna help you, help do that, like positive things, price is gonna go up. If he says things like, oh, we're in a deficit, America's losing money, we're losing jobs, all these people are, price is gonna go down. So if he speaks positive, it's gonna go up. If he speaks negative, it's gonna go down. But I never trade news like this, by the way. This is like once in a blue moon that I'm taking these types of positions.
Nothing to do with it. You know, the consultants go in and they say, give us millions of dollars because Trump did it. Nobody called me about it. I just heard it was a problem for years. And I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and the right thing to do for beyond. It had to do with energy, very important. So I think it's very important. I think I disagree with one. I think the more that you do, the lower the price is going to go. And what I'd like to see is rapid approvals. We're going to get very rapid approvals in the United States, like with the AI plants. Talking to many people want to build them. That's going to be a very big thing. We're going to build electric generating facilities. They are going to build. I'm going to get them the approval. Under emergency declaration, I can get the approvals done myself without having to go through years of waiting. And the big problem is we need double the energy we currently have in the United States. Can you imagine? For AI to really be as big as we want to have it, because it's a very competitive, it'll be very competitive with China and others.
This is off like the
I'm gonna
5.
give emergency declarations so that they can start building them almost immediately. And
Let's see.
I think it was largely my idea because nobody thought this was possible.
He's gonna
It
give them
wasn't
something
that
good, so
the
price should be able
market
to
is
move up just a
the
little bit.
smallest. But I told them that what I want you to do is
Okay, we
build
won
your
this.
electric generating plant right next to your plant as a separate building connected. And they said, "Wow, you're kidding." And I said, "No, I'm not kidding. You don't have to hook into the grid, which is old and could be taken out. If it's taken out, they wouldn't have any way to get any electricity. So we are going to allow them to go on a very rapid basis to build their plant, build the electric generating plant. They can fuel it with anything they want, and they may have coal as a backup. Good, clean coal. If there were a problem with a pipe coming in, as an example, you're going with gas, oil or gas, and a pipe gets blown up or for some reason doesn't work.
That's not good.
There are some companies in the U.S. that have coal
Pipe gets blown up.
sitting right by the plant so that if there's an emergency, they can go to that short-term basis and use our very clean coal. So that's something else that a lot of people didn't even know about. But nothing can destroy coal, not the weather, not a bomb, nothing. It might make it a little smaller, might make it a little different shape, but coal is very strong as a backup. It's a great backup to have that facility, and it wouldn't cost much more money. And we have more coal than anybody. We also have more oil and gas than anybody. So we're going to make it so that the plants will have their own electric generating facilities attached right to their plant. They don't have to worry about a utility. They don't have to worry about anything. And we're going to get very rapid
This was
approvals.
860, by the way, after fees, and then we did 1.09%.
CEO that you know very well, Brian Monahan, the CEO and chair of Bank of America.
So I'm break even,
Good afternoon, Mr. President,
kind of, on the
and,
month.
Congratulations, and obviously an eventful week for you and your family.
And we are
5 years ago, you came
11
here and we walked among 150
3.
CEOs from all over the world, and you engaged with them about your policies and your procedures. This year, you're not here, and yet this week was eventful from the orders that you mentioned earlier. Literally a wave of orders coming out on immigration, on trade, and many other matters. And so, as a representative of the United States here, we got a lot of questions about what does all this mean and how would the president square this with his clear focus on growth, prosperity, market growth, stock market growth, a good bond market, and bringing down prices. So how do you think about the impact of all these orders and how fast they come out, and how you're going to balance them with that scorecard of being successful in both continuing GDP growth, bringing down inflation, and also having
Why are we pausing?
good stock price?
Down to 21%, the corporate tax. And it was actually, if you look at state and city, it was in many cases much higher than 40%. I got it down to 21%. And now we're going to bring it down from 21 to 15% if, there's a big if you make your product in the U.S. So we're going to have the lowest, just about the lowest rate. It'll be, the 21 is on the low side worldwide. The 15 is about as low as it gets. And by far the lowest of a large country, a large, rich, powerful country by far, not even a contest. So we're going to bring it down to 15% if you make your product in the USA. So that's going to create a tremendous buzz. We're also probably going back to the 1-year deduction.
And who would you want to have to bring in as a president in order to negotiate these trades? Like in order to have
the 1-year deduction, which built up over a period of time, and then it
let me lower this a bit.
think about this, right? Like America, they're all on the same side. All these people, they just split it up so that there's entertainment and you have Democrats, Republicans, red, blue, same shit, okay? But think about it as a country, right? If you wanted to bring manufacturing into your country, who would you want to have negotiating these terms with other countries? Would you want to have Trump or would you want to have Kamala Harris? Because you got to think about it this way, right? As America in general, as a whole economy, if you bring manufacturing into the country, there's going to be more jobs. The economy is going to be a lot stronger because countries are not coming to you to build things for them, just like how we go to China to build shit. But now America wants to bring all manufacturing here, right? So if you're manufacturing in a company, you're essentially paying less for goods, right? And you're paying less, or no, you're not paying less. You're making more money because there's more jobs. And to work in these manufacturing places, they're not going to pay you shit. They're going to pay you good. So overall, that economy is going to be strong, right? Think about this, right? If you manufacture a car in America, it's going to be a lot cheaper. Because you don't have to pay import fees, you don't have to pay any taxes. Like if you have to pay import fees and you have to pay taxes, which is a part of import fees essentially, right? But you have to pay all these fucking types of taxes, all this shit. But if it's already there, not imported, but if it's already there, right, and it's built there, you don't have to pay import fees, and you probably just have to pay the taxes on it. But it's gonna make the prices a lot cheaper on that car, as opposed to buying a car in a foreign country and importing it here, right? That's why, like Honda in Canada, they bring their manufacturing plants here. Ford obviously has their manufacturing plant in Canada too because it's American, it's North American, so it is what it is. But for example, Honda, we have a manufacturing plant, which is why we're able to get Hondas at essentially a lower cost, right? Because we manufacture cars right here up the street. So that's essentially why you want to bring manufacturing into your country. And if you're able to do that, right, then it's better for your economy because your people are going to be working, right? The people of America, they're going to be working. There's going to be available jobs there for you to earn and earn a good wage. And then on top of that, you have manufacturing. This shit gets cheaper, a lot cheaper. And that's where Canada fucked up, because Canada is so stupid. We literally like we dig up our oil here. And I could be wrong about this, but I believe this is how it works. We dig our oil up, okay? And then we sell our oil to America and buy it back to them. And the only reason we sell our oil to America is so that they can refine it. So we sell it to them for refinery, and then we buy it back as basically clean resource. And then we sell it to people in Canada. Like, why can't we just refine it in Canada so that we can have it here? That's how it was back. I'm pretty sure that's how it was when I was like fucking a little kid. Why can't we do that now? Well, they fucking want to make money, right? So it is what it is. But that's essentially why they want to bring manufacturing into America.
Crazy things. I mean, the Green New Deal was such a
and it's not a bad idea, man. It's actually a great idea.
How that was perpetrated, and it was conceived of by people that were average students, less than average students, I might add, and never even took a course in energy or the environment. It was just a game. Remember, the world was going to end in 12 years.
Go lay down, please.
Well, the 12 years is coming.
Go lay down.
It was going to end. It was
going I'm busy right now.
All foam into earth. But the time has come. These people, and they really scared the Democrats large. I can't say the Republicans. The Republicans maybe could have fought harder to stop it, but it's been a tremendous waste of money. During my 4 years, we had the cleanest air, we had the cleanest water, and yet we had the most productive economy in the history of our country. We had the most productive economy. Until COVID came, we had the most productive in the history of our country by far. And actually, you can look worldwide. We were beating everybody from China to everybody else. So
I don't know if I fully agree on that, but
with what we have learned, and
Obama was building the economy back slowly but surely, and then I believe he adopted it like a little bit. And obviously he implemented whatever he implemented, but I believe he kind of adopted a good amount of things from Obama in regards to like economy and all that shit, like jobs and all that crap.
We're not going to have that anymore. We can't do it. I don't know if it's good for them. As you probably know, I say you can always become a state. And if you're a state, we won't have a deficit. We won't have to tariff you, et cetera, et cetera. But Canada has been very tough to deal with over the years, and it's not fair that we should have a $200 billion or $250 billion deficit. We don't need them to make our cars, and they make a lot of them. We don't need their lumber because we have our own forests, et cetera, et cetera. We don't need
Okay.
oil and gas. We have.
Oh, sell it back. Sell it back. So gas can get cheaper here.
As an example, with Mexico, we're dealing with Mexico, I think, very well. And we're just, we just want to be treated fairly with other nations because there's hardly a nation in the world, and I blame this on us, and I blame it on.
But if we don't sell to America, who are we going to sell to? In reality, with our oil.
Mostly it's stupidity, but you could also say,
And it's dumb because America, okay, they can dig up their oil, but America's not going to go and buy oil overseas because who are they going to buy from? And if they do, they're going to pay a lot more.
It's a very small debt when you compare it to the value of the assets that we have. But we don't want to do that. We want to just have debt be obliterated, and we'll be able to do that fairly rapidly. And a lot of good things are going to happen. And honestly, good things are going to happen for the world, and good things are going to happen for the people that are dealing with us, allies and beyond allies. One thing very important, I really would like to be able to meet with President Putin soon and get that war ended. And that's not from the standpoint of economy or anything else. It's from the standpoint of millions of lives are being wasted. Beautiful young people are being shot in the battlefield. You know, the bullet.
People that don't even want to be there.
And the bullet goes. There's no hiding. And a bullet. The only thing going to stop the bullet is a human body. And you have to see. I've seen pictures of what's taken place. It's a carnage, and we really have to stop that war. That war is horrible. And I'm not talking economy. I'm not talking economics. I'm not talking about natural resource. I'm just talking about. There's so many young people being killed in this war, and that's not including the people that have been killed as the cities are being, knocked down building by building. So we really should get that stopped. Likewise, in the Middle East, I think we've made a lot of progress in the Middle East, and I think that's gonna come along pretty well.
Pretty well. Price is going to go up.
Thank you, Mr. President. We know that most consequential relationship in the world is between the U.S. and China. U.S. 28% of the global economy.
Nice.
China
So we're tapping that
20.
level.
That's almost half of the global GDP. And we know that you
yeah.
called President Xi Jinping last Friday.
That's what I was waiting for, and we got it. That's it. I'm done for the day. I don't worry. Price can do whatever it wants now.
See the relationship between the U.S. and China.
Nice. Daily flipping bullish too.
Under your leadership.
Relationship with China. He's about to talk about that. That's very important here.
But
Very important here.
see it very good. I think that we're going to have a very good relationship. All we want is fairness. We just want a level playing field.
Very
We
good
don't wanna take
relationship.
advantage. We've been having massive deficits with China.
Put that right in the middle for him.
Biden allowed it to get out of hand. He's $1.1 trillion deficit. It's ridiculous. And it's just an
Not good
unfair
for price.
relationship. And we have to make it just fair. We don't have to make it phenomenal.
So he's speaking positive. He's saying, okay, the relationship, it's going to be great. It's going to be fair. Whatever he's saying. But he's speaking positive about it, which is making price go up. Because that's what the market wants, right? That's how the market's going to react. That's the algorithm.
We can't keep doing that, so we're not going to keep doing that. But I like President Xi very much. I've always liked him. We always had a very good relationship. It was very strained with COVID coming out of Wuhan. Obviously, that strained it. I'm sure it strained it with a lot of people, but that strained our relationship. But we always had a great relationship, I would say, and we look forward to doing very well with China and getting along with China.
Amazing.
Hopefully, China can help us
Is it going to
stop
go
the
up?
war with, in particular, Russia, Ukraine. They have a great deal of power over that situation. And we'll work with them. And I mentioned that during our phone conversation with President Xi. And hopefully we could work together and get that stopped. We'd like to see denuclearization. In fact, with President Putin prior to an election result, which was frankly ridiculous, we were talking about denuclearization of our two countries, and China would have come along. China has a much smaller right now nuclear armament than us, or field than us, but they're going to be catching it at some point over the next 4 or 5 years. And I will tell you that President Putin really liked the idea of cutting way back on nuclear. And I think the rest of the world, we would have gotten them to follow. And China would have come along too. China also liked it. Tremendous amounts of money are being spent on nuclear. And the destructive capability is something that we don't even want to talk about today because you don't want to hear it. It's too depressing. So we want to see if we can denuclearize, and I think that's very possible. And I can tell you that President Putin wanted to do it. He and I wanted to do it. We had a good conversation with China. They would have been involved, and that would have been an unbelievable thing for the planet.
Mr. President, when you're
Unbelievable thing for the planet. What happens to the price here?
Will there be then a peace agreement with Ukraine and Russia by then?
Well, you're going to have to ask Russia. Ukraine is ready to make a deal. Just so you understand, this is a war that should have never started. If I were president, it would never have started. This is a war that should have never, ever been started. And it wasn't started during there was never even talk about it. I knew that it was the apple of President Putin's eye, but I also knew that there was no way he was going in, and he wasn't going to go in. And then when I was out, bad things happened, bad things were said, a lot of stupidity all around, and you end up with what you have. Now you have all these bombed out cities that look like demolition sites with many people killed. I think the thing that you'll see about Ukraine is that far more people have died than is being reported. And I've seen that. But far, far more people have died. When you look at a city that's become a demolition site where big buildings have been collapsed by missiles hitting them and everything else, and they say one person was slightly injured. No, many people were killed. Those are big buildings. I was surprised at how that was my business. These are buildings that go 2 and 3 blocks long. They're 20 stories high. They're big, powerful buildings, and they were knocked down, and there were a lot of people in those buildings that announced that 2 people were injured. That's not true. So I think you're going to find that there were many more people killed in Ukraine in the Ukraine war than anybody has any idea. But if you look now, so many of the people being killed are soldiers just facing each other with guns, rifles, and drones, the new form of warfare, drones. And it's a very sad thing to see. And when you see pictures of the fields that I see, nobody wants to see it. You'll never be the same.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, on behalf of all the 3,000 participants here in Davos. We really underline that joining us the third day in your presidency, live taking questions here.
Enough for that.
So appreciated, and we are already ready for receiving you next year in person. So thank you very much, and all the best from Davos.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very, very important speech. Now let's see if he holds up on what the things he said. But yeah. That's it. I got my trade. Made my 1%. And that's it, man. Like, I mean, 12 o'clock, about noontime. I haven't eaten anything all day. Just had 2 cups of coffee. So I'm going to definitely go have some lunch and work on this video. And that's it, man. That's it. Great freaking day. Tomorrow is Friday. So let's see if I can finish strong on the week. Oh, how long have I been on for? 4 hours. That's not bad. Not bad at all. But yeah, alright. Now I gotta work on this video, so let's do it.